Sound check one, sound check one. Sound check one, sound check one. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex, Prairie View, Texas. Conditions this morning are very similar to yesterday. Overcast, cloudy, murky, and damp. But you are now seeing the third place match in the seniors division of the 2024 Houston Youth Premier League. Third place match featuring the TCC Kings against the Katy Raiders. The TCC Kings being captained by Aryan Tamala won the toss and decided to bowl, so he'll be bowling this morning. Aryan Tamala himself be bowling to his opposite number, Arakananta. And we're off and going already in this third place match. Good delivery, played through the offside and gets through the fielder who is in that point area. One delivery and close to the boundary. The ball isn't going to be carried. A little bit wet, as I mentioned. It gets all the way down to the point where they run three. The TCC Kings, let's talk about their situation for a minute. They are understaffed, if you want to use that phrase, because they're missing a handful of players due to injury. And so they are not as fully staffed as they ordinarily would be. And in fact have had to borrow a few players from the junior team. So fair to say that the TCC Kings, in all likelihood, have a less than ideal setup for today. But I think it's important to note that Captain Aryan Tamala mentioned at the toss he didn't necessarily want to see results in terms of a win or a loss. He wanted to see them fight and wanted to have them to show or give a good account of themselves. And so that's sort of what the mindset is, and we'll see if they can keep doing that. A couple of dot balls here. Good start for Aryan Tamala. He's, of course, always going to be one of the better bowlers inside, really anywhere he bowls, but good enough an off spinner, accurate enough to be able to bowl inside the power play overs. Of course, the power play overs, first 6 overs, and I'll talk more about that in a second. Driven wide of long off, fielder coming across, fumbles it a little bit, so they'll get a couple more than, oh, they were always going to get 2 probably. But ultimately, what you're looking for from Arjen Tamal is for him to keep doing what he's always done. Just get that ball in the right areas. I was mentioning the power play. The power play itself is the first 6 overs of the match. During the first 6 overs, you can only have 2 fielders outside the circle. Those 2 fielders now are down at long off and mid-wicket. Good, accurate bowling here by Arjen Tamal. And that is, I believe, the end. Nope, 1 more ball remaining here in over number 1. And I think that you will see, okay, the last delivery coming up now. We'll get through the rest of this in just a second. Down the ground, and that's going to be 4. On the back foot, he's very strong in that area, Aryakananta. And maybe that one dropping a little bit shorter than Arjen Tamal wanted to, and it was just helped right down the ground. I mentioned where the 2 fielders are in the deep. One is at long off and the other is at mid-wicket, so neither of them were going to be anywhere close to that. So ends the first over here with a 4. 8 runs total come from that first over, and at the end of 1, 8 without loss. So 1 over bowled. My apologies, I just said 8. The actual score is 10 without loss. Sachin Selvakumar is the other opening batter along with Aryakananta. Aryakananta very optimistic in his prediction for first inning score. Murky conditions, damp conditions, but he seems to think that a score of 220 is what they're looking for. And I think that's going to be interesting. By the way, I also have to point out, I mentioned that the TCC Kings are very much depleted. Well, the Katy Raiders are kind enough to have a couple of their players field on behalf of the TCC Kings. So that player at first slip right now, that is Nadesh Kanaria. He's a member of the batting side, but he's actually going to be fielding, and I think that's a wonderful thing. Short delivery played into the mid-off area. That's just going to be a single. His new bowler is going to be Anirvan Chigurala. And so the choices are, if you are having a match like this, choices are to take the field with 8 players and have a first inning score be, I don't know, 280, 290. Or you can be kind, and given that it's a tournament, it's a third place match, in all likelihood, you're going to not necessarily lose, but you're not favored to win this game. Might as well do something that helps the team make it a competitive game. And I think that's in the spirit of the game, and I'm very glad that the management of the Katy Raiders have seen it that way. A couple of good deliveries here by Anirvan Chigurala. With that slingy action, the sort of Malinga / Fidel Edwards / Jeff Thompson type action. It's going to be interesting to see how well he can continue with that. It's a little bit of a tricky action to pick up, but when he does pick it up, and he lands the ball in the right areas, then he appears. So we'll see exactly how well he's able to do that. And bowling now, of course, the captain, Aryakananta. 10 from 7. Down the leg side, it's going to be a wide signal by umpire Herman Geddes. And so that's the first wide of the day. Looking here for, again, a team, the TCC Kings, to just show some fight. Just want to make sure that they appear to be, in the game. Want to see a little bit of energy. Want to see some team spirit. And I think those are the types of things that you want to see come out of this game. That's a good delivery. Bang on target, played into the covers, no run. Getting just a touch of in-swing from our perspective here. It appears as though that little bit of in-swing is into the right-hander, which is opposite of the way that you'd ordinarily see swing. Ordinarily, a swing bowler, right-handed swing bowler, swings it away from right-handers. Just a tail of in-swing here. Full toss, that's going to be a no ball. I thought it was going to be a no ball. No signal yet from umpire Sujit. And in fact, nope, don't see a signal. They pick up 2 runs. And in fact, the only signal by umpire Sujit is that he's signaling to umpire Herman Geddes, saying that there's 2 balls remaining. So he may well have gotten away with one there, and we're in Chigarala. And just to explain the rule, if there is a full toss, meaning a ball that does not bounce and it gets to the batter at waist height or above, that's an illegal delivery, that's a no ball. There's a number of different no balls, but that's one of them. Good ball. Lifted over the top. I said good ball. It was actually a little bit too wide. In other words, he pitched it this time instead of it being a full toss, but he left it too wide outside off stump. And you don't need to be as good a batter as Arya Kananta is to cash in on those types of deliveries. So that's a 4 over the top of cover. Looking now to get to the end of over number 2, because there's now one delivery left in this over. And bearing in mind, again, you're playing against a team that is very depleted, and there are 11 players on the field right now, but a couple of them are from the junior squad, and then a couple of them are fielders actually from the team that is batting right now. So not surprising that they're looking to get out to a fast start. Down the leg side again. I reckon at 16 from 10. Sachin Selvakumar has only faced 1 delivery. He scored a single. And overall, they're scoring at the rate of 10.36 with 11 deliveries gone, 11 legal deliveries having been bowled in this match. So here's the last delivery. Good ball. That's a very good ball, and that's actually well played. It's going to be escorted toward the boundary by the fielder at mid-off. Not able to get over there. I believe that's Rithvik Ramesh. So it's a good ball, but Arya Kananta is a very good batter, and he cashes in on that opportunity to drive it wide of mid-off, and it goes away to the fence. 13 runs come from that over. That is the end of over number 2. The score is 23 without loss. Ramji, have him keep it zoomed out because yeah. Keep it there. 23 without loss after 2. Katy Raiders. Again, Captain Arya Kananta thinking that 220 runs is about what he'd be looking for. Aryan Tamala about to start his second over. Wants to restrict that effort, obviously. Played into the offside by Sachin Selvakumar. That's just the second ball that he's faced. Sachin Selvakumar, the leg spinning all-rounder. Very tall. Gets good bounce on his deliveries when he bowls as a leg spinner. Not yet looking to do that just now, though. Looking to make his mark with the bat in hand. Oh, in the air and well fielded by the captain himself. It was essentially, technically a drop catch, I guess you could say, but he was diving away to his left, stuck the left hand out there. The ball didn't stick, but had he not deflected that may well have come right us, and that would have been 4 runs. So essentially he saved 3 runs. So let's see what happens from here. Next delivery, tossed up, going big. It's over the top of the fielder at mid-on. and it goes away for 4. So Sachin Selvakumar wants to join the 4-hitting party that is being seen here along with his... In fact, my apologies. Sachin Selvakumar is the non-striker. That was Arya Kanantha who struck that boundary down the ground. Fielder at mid-on, Rithvik Ramesh is not very tall. He's probably less than 5 feet tall, and so it's not difficult for him to elevate the ball over that fielder at mid-on. And now Aryan Tamala is making a switch. That fielder who was out in the deep at mid-wicket is now brought around to long on. Bearing in mind still you can only have 2 outside. So the 2 outside are now long on and long off, straight down the ground. So we'll be looking to bowl just short of driving length. This is dragged toward cow corner. They'll get 2. And that's another couple. So bearing in mind again that your positioning as a fielding side has to be such that in the power play overs, you put your 2 fielders in the deep where the ball is most likely to go. And so with the fielders in the deep, long on and long off, you're expecting for them to play straight, keep it in the V. So I want to see if he's able to continue that. Playing this one into the covers, wide of extra cover. That should be a couple runs because that's a long run for the fielder coming around from long off. 1 ball now remaining here in over number 3. They're off to a fast start, the Katy Raiders. 11.29 is their scoring rate. Captain Arya Kanantha again said 220. Right now the score is projected to be 226. So we'll see how close he gets to that. Oh, goodness. Teasing him with that line outside off. Could potentially have gone for the cut shot there, but ended up just keeping his sword in its sheath. That is the end of over number 3, 32 without loss. Officially 31 without loss after 3. And Irvin Chigarala will be coming in to bowl his second over. Bowling to Sachin Selvakumar. Good delivery. Played into the covers. No run. That is Aryan Tamala, the captain, who is there to clean up. And once again, just to emphasize the point, the Katy Raiders have loaned a couple of players to the TCC Kings. So the player standing at slip, Nadesh Kanaria, the son of the coach, former Pakistan international Danish Kanaria. It's driven down the ground. That's going to be 1. Anyway, that is... No, my apologies. They'll get 2 for that. So Nadesh Kanaria is the fielder standing at slip. It will be interesting to see if he gets a catching opportunity and drops it. What the reaction from his quote-unquote fellow teammates would be. And if you also note that the player doing the keeping, which I didn't pick up until right now, is also a member of the Katy Raiders. So keeper, first slip, and deep point are all members of the batting side. So the idea is to make sure that the game gets played, and I love the fact that they're able to make those adjustments. Obviously, at a higher level of cricket, you would not see something like this happen. But in a youth tournament, Houston Youth Premier League 2024, more than appropriate. Good delivery. Whipped wide of mid-on. A couple of runs, in fact, 4 of them. No, it will be pulled back in front of the boundary. And they do end up with a couple of runs. So Sachin Selvakumar looking to get that going as well. With a couple of runs into the deep, he now has 6 runs against his name from 7 balls faced. And we're just about the point our 2 deliveries or 2 overs and 3 balls remaining inside the power play. Can be a little bit more defensive after that. Whip to square leg again. More runs this time. Won't make it to the boundary, but they'll get a couple more. And my goodness, umpire Herman Geddes has signaled no ball. So 2 runs, 1 for the no ball, and now a free hit. So Sachin Selvakumar can swing for the fences here. And I say fences, you might be able to pick up in the background the fence that has been newly installed going all the way around the facility. And Sachin Selvakumar, with the opportunity to swing for a free hit, is going to look to clear that fence. Here he is. Oh my goodness, right back past the bowler himself. A diving attempt at mid-off, not able to get to it, and it goes away for 4. So the free hit does cost him 4 extra runs. Now just 2 deliveries remaining in over number 4, after which my 4-over spell will be at least temporarily completed, and I'll be getting some help from Mr. Ramji Ramasubramanian. 40 runs make that, 41 runs is the score. So the scoreboard has jumped around a couple of times. It is now landing on 41. Let's assume that's right. So 41 with 2 balls remaining here in over number 4. Full, whipped away for 4 more. It's a full toss going down leg, and that's not the type of delivery that is going to bother any of these batters. And I think that you will see evidence that when Arya Kananta said at the toss that they would only end up with 220, that might have been understating it, because as of right now they're scoring at the rate of almost 12 runs and over, 11.74 to be exact. Still in over number 4, 1 ball remaining, 45 runs on the board. So a couple of overs left in the power play. So plenty more time for this opening pair to do some damage. And of course, there's not going to be much to prevent them from continuing exactly along this path, because, as we mentioned, a little bit of difficulty for the TCC Kings, so they're not as strong as they ordinarily would be today. Here is the last ball of the over. Full toss again. No signal there from the umpire. And I'll tell you, Sachin Selvakumar is reacting in such a way that makes you think that he really feels that he might have missed out. A dot ball to close things out. 13 from over number 4. 45 for none, or 45 without loss to score. Over to you, Mr. Ramji.
Very good morning, Brian Walters, and to all viewers who are watching this game. This is the 3rd place game of the senior category of Houston Youth Premier League. Season 7, happening at Prairie View Cricket Complex, and the game is between Katy Raiders and TCC Kings. Wonderful weather to play cricket, no sun, overcast conditions, and there's rain in the forecast for tomorrow so far. So let's keep the forecast gods and the gods true to what they have predicted. And so we have a really
okay, so going to have to take back over again for Mr. Ramji, who, in addition to all the things, is also the tournament organizer. So duty calls, and I think there is some dispute as to the condition of the ball. So the umpires are coming over now and having a chat with Ramji. Maybe just off camera, you're not able to see them, but a little bit of a delay while we get that sorted out. And in this time, while we delay, let's talk about how we got here. Katy Raiders on the season, 3 up and 3 down, meaning they won 3 and they've lost 3. And they've ended up the third-ranked team in the division of 4. The TCC Kings, due to several of the issues that we already talked about, are at the bottom of the table. 1 win, 5 losses. And so this is for the third place trophy. Having lost the toss, were asked to bat. But again, you'd think that they are on target here for a pretty imposing total. 4 overs bowled, 45 runs on the board. And this is going to be Ajay Prithviraj, who is able to take up the attack from the highway end. Right arm. And spin bowler, and looking now to bowl to Arya Kanantha, who again confidently predicted 20 or 220. At the toss, when he said that, I was assuming that he was just being overly bullish, but based on the way that this innings has started, he may well have just undercut his own prediction, or undersold his own prediction is what I'll say, because very easily it could be much, much higher than that. Here we are. Ajay Prithviraj to Arya Kanantha, leaves it outside off, keeping that line outside off. It's interesting, looking where the 2 fielders in the deep are, long on and cow corner. So those 2 fielders are in the deep, expecting Arya Kanantha to go big on the left, on the leg side, meaning on the onside. That's going to be a wide. So as you look at your screen, they're expecting him to hit the ball to the right side of your screen. And apologies, the camera might be jumping around just a little bit here, but you'll end up seeing him go in that direction. But if you go, this is played into the offside, it's going to be a couple of runs. What I started saying was that if you're playing toward the offside, meaning to the left side of your screen, then there's no protection out there, because all the protection is in the deep on the leg side. So 3 deliveries into over number, make that 3 legal, or 3 deliveries total, 2 legal, over number 12 or over number 5. And just taking a little bit of time to get going here. Ajay Prithviraj, off spinner, now bowling to Arya Kanantha, looking to see at what point he's going to go big. You would think, and this is the exact point where he goes big, over the top of mid-off, running close to the boundary, a long sprint. I love the effort by the fielder running around from all the way from long on, but he was not able to get to prevent that ball from going away for 4. So that stroke brings up the 50. Really long sprint, and I'll tell you, the player who just made that long sprint is one of the players who were borrowed from the Katy Raiders. So this is going to be a good matchup, and you really like to see, as I mentioned, that they are able to share some of their resources. Goes big again. This is going to go further. 1, 2 bounces and goes away for 4. This time over extra cover. So consecutive boundaries here by Arya Kanantha. And he is certainly looking to live into his prediction. You're up, still inside the power play. The score is now 56. And so no wickets lost yet. It sort of augurs well if you're looking to get to the point where you're getting a score of 220. maybe a replacement ball. My goodness. Now I see exactly what the delay was about. These balls are under wet, moist, damp conditions. This ball feels almost like a piece of metal. It has absorbed a whole lot of water, so it makes it very difficult for you on the bowling side for a number of reasons, not the least of which is the fact that if that ball is hit back at you, it's almost like you're trying to catch a rock. Next delivery, down the ground for 4 more. 3 consecutive 4s to close out over number 5. Struck right down the ground. In fact, not the end of the over. There should be 1 more ball left. So this is going to be, I think, one of the more expensive overs of the innings so far. In fact, it is the most expensive over in the innings so far. 15 coming from it with 1 ball to come. Last ball, he's switched to go around the wicket, trying to slant the ball across. Doesn't make a difference. Lofted in the air, but this time there's protection straight down the ground. Long off in position. Throw to the non-striker's end, but easily completing 2 runs. So a very expensive over. 17 coming from it. At the end of 5, 1 more remaining in the power play. The score is 62 without loss.
You've got to keep in mind that this ground is getting ready to feature the men's T20 national tournament very shortly in the next couple of weeks. So a lot of preparation has gone into this ground. You can also see probably this is one of the biggest ground in terms of the boundary ropes. I think it's that's why you're not seeing those big sixers coming your way right now. But of course, bigger ground, you penetrate the field, the fielders are spread out, so definitely there are a lot of chances for boundaries. Some of them would have been potential boundaries are just stopping a few yards before the boundary rope. So and still we see that the scorecard is taking up like the utility meter in our house during summer. That's a change of bowling from the forest end. We see Srihan Challa coming into bowl. This is his first over of his spell. Spinning it. Interesting. Srihan is known to be an off spinner, but he gives you a good. He takes a simple return catch. Thank you, Mr. Sachin Selvakumar. That was pretty easy. You made my work very easy, says Srihan Challa. First ball of the first over of Srihan Challa produces a wicket. The first breakthrough for TCC Kings. I don't know if that was because of the change of commentary person in the commentary box, but yeah, TCC Kings will be glad to accept that return catch. A very simple regulation return catch to the bowler. Fall of wicket number 1 for Katy Raiders. The scoreboard's showing 62. That brings in a new batter into the middle. That's Shreyas Saladi, the junior of the 2 Saladis. Interestingly, the other Saladi is playing for the opposite team. Is playing for Legends. Shreyas Saladi is put into the middle right now. He's going to get some good game time here. Off spinner bowling a googly. Was that a googly? Interesting. Batter was taken by surprise with that delivery, I believe, and just did not know what to do except give him a return catch. Shreyas Saladi taking strike. Srihan Challa getting his field adjustments, and then coming in to bowl the second delivery. Was almost close to being a catch right there. Where pitching it just in front of the batter, and the batter just pitching it just in front of the bowler. So interesting thing, the bowler seems to have done something to his finger, vigorously shaking it before coming in to bowl the third delivery. You can imagine this morning it was completely covered with fog, so it was very difficult to have a good visibility, and the fog has since cleared up. Flighted delivery, played towards covers, misfield from the fielder at covers, and the batters get a quick single to get Arya on strike. Have a point, gully, and a short third man. Two fielders outside the 30 yards in the long on and long off region. Still in, so they can only have two fielders in. So they're bringing in the fielders from cow corner into the 30 yards. Ball in the slot for Arya Kanata, just going under the ball, not getting enough in elevation, but he ends up getting the boundary though. Straight down, long on. Fielder too wide to get to the ball in time, so that's good 4 runs for Arya Kanata and to Katy Raiders. Arya Kanata closing in on his half century. He's at 47 of 21 with 9 hits to the boundaries. Srihan coming in for the next delivery. This time ball kind of stopped in front of the batter, and all he can do is just tap it towards the fielder at covers. No run taken. Srihan is proving to be a very tricky customer to negotiate. Again, a flighted delivery, this time getting under the ball. There is a fielder out there at long off, and the captain, Aryan Tumala, missing a very, very simple catch, and a very, very important catch in the context of the game, that of Arya Kanata. It was straight in the hands of the fielder at long off. Could have been a simple regulation catch, but I think from the looks of it, the fielder was trying to catch the ball at waist height rather than at chest height, and that made a big difference. That concludes the power play for the innings of Katy Raiders. End of power play, they are 68 for the loss of 1 wicket. So with that single of the last delivery, Arya Kanata keeps strike, and there is also a bowling change from the highway end. We'll have to wait and see who the bowler is. That is Ansh Bhakta, so the captain has decided to operate spin from both ends. Ansh Bhakta was very effective yesterday afternoon while playing against the Texas Skywalkers, providing the breakthroughs at regular intervals. He's a tricky bowler as well. Remains to be seen how he foxes the batter, or the batter is taking the better of the bowler. Ball driven to long on for quick 2 runs there, and that brings up the 50 for Arya Kanata. A well-paced innings with 9 boundaries, as I mentioned earlier. Ansh getting his long off fielder to be a little wider, so likely to bowl. Okay, this one going between cow corner and long on. Did they manage to stop it? Yes, they did. And the fielder from cow corner getting the baton from the fielder at long on and passing it on. Just another couple of runs there from that delivery as well. Arya trying to keep the strike as much as possible because he's the man in form right now. Well bowled this time. Batter had to take half step back to block the delivery and then just push it back to the bowler. Only a dot ball from that. Pitching it slightly short, not giving the elevation or for Arya to go over the top, but still Arya manages to get 2 runs from that delivery. Ball pushed towards the deep extra cover region. Arya has been scoring in 2s whenever possible when he's not scoring those boundaries. So keeping his strike rate about 200 at this stage. Nicely bowled, has to drag the ball towards long on. Once again, just a single this time, getting on strike. A good delivery from Ansh Bhakta. Batter could just push it towards the extra covers region and not get any runs out of it. That's the end of over number 7. We are at 75 for the loss of 1 wicket. Katy Raiders cruising at the rate of 10.71 at this stage. And for me right now, Cricket Clubs is showing the projected score close to what Arya Kanata predicted at the time of the toss. It's at 214. The last 2 overs had been a bit of a consolation for the TCC Kings. Of course, a wicket falling, and they were able to give only 13 runs in the last 2 overs. That's 6.5 runs per over on an average, which in the given circumstances is definitely a half win for TCC Kings. Srihan Chala brought into the attack from the forest end for his second over of his spell. Long on and long off in place. Have a sweeper cover. Now the power play restrictions are out. They have a sweeper cover. Sorry, deep square leg and a long on and long off. That should be a catch taken there. Arya Kanata must be regretting his chances there because that was bowled at the spot where Arya should have gone straight down the long off region. Instead, he tried to go over over the extra cover region. The fielder Suvir Gudipati was right there waiting to pounce on that like a hungry lion. Was jumping on it, taking it comfortably, and Srihan Chala provides yet another breakthrough for Katy Raiders. Wicket number 2 falling, that of Arya Kanata, the set batter to Srihan Chala, caught Suvir Gudipati. Interesting turn of
once again Ramji having to play tournament director, so he's off to address, I think, bringing a replacement ball to the umpires. So with the fall of that wicket, the happiest person on the ground right now is probably Captain Aryan Tamala. because he dropped a pretty straightforward chance, a catch that he takes 100 times out of 100. But great success so far for Sriyanchala. Both overs that he's bowled, he's taken a wicket with the first ball. This is now cut away into the deep. Nobody out there, and it's going to be 4 runs. First delivery to Darshan Hari Babu. A little bit wide, a little bit short. Provided him the room to open his account, scoring through that offside. Interesting, you're out of the power play, so you usually see a sweeper in that position, and in fact there is now going to be a sweeper going in that position deep on the boundary. Of course, it's sort of closing the gate after the horse is already bolted, but you will at least be a little bit more defensive with the field setting now. Single in that area, that is now Darshan Hari Babu. 5 from 3 balls faced, Shreyas Saladi. 1 from 3. Shreyas Saladi is now going to be on strike after that single into the offside. And so the score ticking along. It's at 80. Projected score as of right now is 213. Tossed up using his feet, driving wide of mid-off. Bit of a fumble by Aryan Tamala, but there was always going to be a single there anyway. So we talked about the projected scores a couple of times. So as of right now, the overall scoring rate is 10.57. That specific scoring rate translates to a projection 211. Tossed up, driven again now to Aryan Tamala, who's dropped himself back to long off. Another single. So 211. In fact, with that single, the projection is now 209 based on a current scoring rate of 10.47. And that is, in fact, the end of over number 8. The score is 82 for 2. Continuing here, 82 for 2. This is going to be Ansh Bhakta. Tossed up, played into the offside. No run as that goes directly to Aryan Tamala, who's moved himself around significantly. Most these days you see the captains usually fielding at extra cover, short extra cover. But he's moving himself around from extra cover where he is right now. You've seen him down at long on, long off. Essentially one of the better fielders on the team in addition to being the captain, so he's likely to put himself in positions where the ball is most likely to go. That's not surprising at all. Now, Ansh Bhakta bowling well so far. First over only went for 6. This is played into the leg side. It's going to be a couple more. Long run for the fielder coming around from backward square leg. And we started the conversation about projections a few times. Let's get back to it. With that double, the scoring rate, in fact, we'll talk about it after this ball. Down the ground to cow corner, should just be 1. So your scoring rate is now 9.92. And for the first time in this match, the projection is now under 200. It's at 198. It's interesting how that can change with the fall of a wicket. Usually when a wicket falls, the scoring rate drops. And the scoring rate has been slowly declining for the last couple of overs. Oh, that should be a no ball. It is a no ball signal by umpire Herman Geddes. And so that full toss, we talked about that earlier. If there is a full toss that is above waist height, it is a no ball. To make things worse for the bowling side, it was cashed in on by the batter Darshan Haribabu, who pulled it to deep backward square leg for 4. And then the ultimate negative aspect of bowling no balls is that this next delivery is going to be considered a free hit. Not considered, it is a free hit. A bit of a delay. I think the ball might be a little bit slippery, which is what the issue might be here, why Ansh Bhakta was not able to get some good grip on it. But in the context of a free hit, there are only a limited number of ways that you can be out, and those limited number of ways are the types of modes of dismissal where the bowler does not get credit for the wicket. In other words, you can be run out, you can be out obstructing the field, you can be out handle the ball, but all other normal modes of dismissal are not going to be given. That is lofted in the air, and do we have the first 6 of the day? We do have our first 6 of the day, so the no ball costs dearly. The 4 from that delivery, plus the 1 for the no ball, and now from the free hit, you get 6. And if you'll note exactly what Darshan Haribabu did, walked all the way across to the offside to access the leg side. So that's innovative batting. Of course, no risk in that type of shot because of the fact that it was a free hit. Now going into the deep sweeper down there, that's Ritvik Ramesh. Cannot prevent 2 runs from scoring. So it ends up being a pretty expensive over. 17 runs coming from that over, which is pulling into a tie for the most expensive over of the day so far. And by my count, it is the end of the over. The fielders are actually not going in that direction. So apparently 1 ball is remaining. So my apologies. I might have missed something there. Score is now 103. In fact, that is the end of the over. So we do get that sorted out. So end of the over, score is 103 for 2. 103 for 2 after 9. First delivery of over number 3 being bowled by Suvir Gudipati. I'm sorry, by Shreyan Chala. Bit of a delay while they adjust the field, and now you see Ritvik Ramesh, who's standing at mid-on, skied in the air. Aryan Tamal is not going to drop 2 catches. That's a good catch. You always knew that that catch was going to be taken because, as I said earlier, if you hit the ball in the air to him 100 times, he will usually catch it 100 times. So the fact that he dropped a pretty simple catch earlier on just told me that he was not going to drop more than 1. So the 3rd wicket goes down. All is not lost for the TCC Kings because, again, this team, the Katy Raiders, are looking to score something on the order of 220 according to their captain, Ariakanantha, at the toss. But they're looking to claw their way back into this match, the TCC Kings. They've gotten a wicket here. And with that ball that was tossed up, going for the big hit was Shreyas Saladi, and not able to make good contact, really just top edging it, and the ball flying in the air toward Aryan Tamala. And as I said a couple of times already, I'd never expected for him to drop that. So 103 for 3, 100 is up, and you're still looking at a projected score of 221 based on how big that last over was. But 3 wickets are down, and when you take wickets, that does tend to slow down the scoring rate. So this is going to be Shaurya Gar who comes to the wicket. Right-handed batter facing up to the off spinner. Really 3 wickets. Srihan Chala is the primary destroyer. In fact, the only destroyer that TCC Kings have. 3 wickets taken from his 2.3 overs so far. Oh, return catch that could have been number 4. Burst through his hands. They do not get the chance to get a run, but he was really in position there, and I think he would have backed himself to take that catch more often than not. Not an easy catch. Never an easy catch for a return catch. But if you're going to get a return catch as a spinner, you want it to be about that height. It was waist height, struck firmly, but you'd think that he could have been able to take that. So dot ball, but 3 dot balls on the trot, the third of which very much could have been another wicket for him. My goodness. And now I think that blow may have done some damage to his hand. Just a couple of practice deliveries and now ready to go again. A lot of turn here by the leg spinner. Pitching outside leg and then turning back. Tentatively defended by Shaurya Gar. He's now faced 3 deliveries, Shaurya Gar. Make that 2. And the non-striker, Darshan Haribabu, 23 from 9. Another delivery pushed through, defended, no run. And we're 1 delivery away here from having a wicket maiden be the result of over number 10. A great way to try to get back into the match. And just make sure if you're Srihan Chala that you're just going to deliver something here that does not get hit. Turns, oh, that is pulled massively past mid-wicket, and a good stop out there in the deep. Fielder coming across from deep mid-wicket and restricts the scoring to 2. So that shot had some intent behind it. 2 runs coming from the over though, so great over in that over. Could have been 2, but at the end of 10, halfway through the innings, 43 have come from the last 5. And the score is 105 for 3. The new bowler, Ritvik Ramesh, taking up the attack to start the second half of the innings. Bowling from the highway end, the southern end of the ground here in Prairie View. Not a lot of wind today. Yesterday was much more gusty, and the wind was coming from the south. Just a touch of wind coming in, I'd say across, coming from the west, going across the field. In other words, as you watch now, essentially it's coming from the left of your screen to the right. which is an odd direction for the wind to be blowing from where we are here. Played into the offside. A couple of deliveries so far. Make that 3 deliveries and no runs yet. With Ramesh. Tossed up. Whipped into the deep cow corner area. Just a single. Now, 100 is up. You're at 106 for 3. Because of the good over that was just bowled by Srihanchala, it is now the case that your projected score is back under 200. I keep watching that because for me it makes a difference as to whether or not they can come in below what was projected by the captain Aryakananta. This is a turning delivery that gets by the keeper. Really could have done better there. We'll end up getting 2 runs. These should be byes. You'll see the signal here by the umpire shortly. There is a signal. Certainly byes. The keeper very much could have collected that, but not able to do that. And I will say this, the reason why he could not collect it is that there was a tremendous amount of turn on that delivery. So it's a great ball by Hrithik Ramesh. Tossed up and going through this time, no turn. A good over underway, and in fact that is the end of the over. Dot ball closes things out. 3 runs coming from that over, 2 of which were byes. So you could very easily make the argument that only 1 run should have been conceded from that over, the over number 11. End of 11, 1 away for 3. Last 9 overs coming up. 108 for 3 is your score. And a new bowler. It may actually be Srihanchala who will be continuing. And in fact, it will be Srihanchala. So he's done well. That's understating it, actually. He has absolutely been the best bowler on hand. 3 overs, 3 for 15 are his figures, and he has taken the only 3 wickets to have fallen for the day. But on top of that, very easily could have had a 4th, could have had 2 wickets in his last over, the 3rd. Now this will be his last over for the day. Of course, in a T20 match, really in all limited over matches, you're limited to 1/5 the total number of overs to be bowled. So this being a 20 over match, you only get to bowl 4. And it's pulled into the deep. 2 is the call. They'll get 2 easily, as that fielder deep mid wickets had a good 20-25 yards to run to clean that up. Darshan Haribabu continuing 26 from 14, so he's scoring well. And looking here, there's a signal. Umpire Herman Geddes is signaling 1 short. So apparently they did not ground the bat behind. In fact, that might have been Darshan Haribabu himself, because it's signaled by Herman Geddes, the standing umpire. So that would have happened at his end, which means that the batter, even though he's now back on strike, they only get 1 run to the total. That's whipped down to deep, let's call it cow corner. Another couple of runs, and I'm betting you this time he absolutely grounded the bat behind the line. And no signal from Herman Geddes. So yes, I would think that that would be the case. 111 for 3. Looking at where you are now, the projected score is 196. Down the leg side. That's not a good line. That's going to be 4 runs. He's bowled really very well, and he's getting good turn. But if you have it going that far down leg, even if it's turning back toward you, there is no risk in the batter playing a pull shot in that direction, because even if you miss and hit the pad, that ball is still absolutely going down leg. So you're not going to see anything like that. So we're going to see here, last 2 balls coming up in his spell, and I think bowled very well generally, but I think he'll regret that last one. Pushes this one through more quickly, played into the offside. It's going to be at least a couple. And a long run there for the fielder, one of the substitute fielders being borrowed by the Katy Raiders, or from the Katy Raiders by the TCC Kings. Couple more runs. And Sudarshan Haribabu now moving on to 33 from 17, 2 4s and 2 6s, believe it or not. And so, to the extent that what you want to do is push on toward a launch at the end, that's a dot ball here, but you get the sense that he's setting himself for that launch. He's looking good. 117 is the score. 1 ball remaining here in over number 12. Tossed up. Oh, very good delivery. Very full Yorker length. Haribabu only able to drive it back to the bowler himself. He fields on his follow through. That is the end of an excellent spell. 9. Back here at Prairie View for the remainder of this innings, or this match. I'm sorry. It's going to be Ritvik Ramesh continuing. Second delivery here after the first one was played into the offside for no run. This one trickles to square leg for a single. So looking to make sure that they get something going, looking to launch toward the back end of this innings. The Katy Raiders. Ritvik Ramesh, his figures so far, 1 over bowled, just 1 run conceded, and then a single coming from this second ball of this over. Now a single into the deep. Wanted a couple, but that's good work in the deep. The fielder coming around, so they're absolutely putting in the effort in the field. You can tell that they're energized in that way, the TCC Kings. Just wanting to make sure that they give a good account of themselves. They're going into battle without several of their resources, but just wanting to make a good account for themselves. Tossed up, played into the offside. That is Aryan Tamala, the captain, making sure nothing happens there. 2 deliveries now remaining in over number 13. So you're down to the last 44 balls, 119 for 3. That projection now all the way down to 188. And I don't know whether or not you could have heard someone just yelling, look for singles every ball. But the person yelling that is Sudhir Kananta, the father of Arya Kananta, and part of the management of the Katy Raiders, wanting to make sure that they at least have the urgency that they need. Tossed up. This will indeed be a single, just down to long off. But good Ritvik Ramesh. I said he's only conceded 1 run from his first over. 3 runs scored in that over, but 2 of them were byes. Of course, byes don't get credited to the bowler. That's a strike against the keeper. Next delivery, played into the leg side. They may think about 2 now. They're just now settling for 1. So that is the end of another good over by Ritvik Ramesh. 4 runs coming from it. The end of 13, 121 for 3. Interestingly, now changing bowling, and the bowler who's coming from the Forest End, mentioned him earlier, Nadish Kanaria. Well, he is he's actually about to be bowling to his own teammates, because he is one of the players who were borrowed from the TCC, from the Katy Raiders. The impression that I got was that the players who were borrowed from the opposition were only going to be fielding, not batting or bowling, but it appears that they've relaxed that stipulation. And now Nadish Kanaria will be bowling his leg spinners. And now bowling to Darshan Haribabu. Tossed up. Driven down to long off for a single. So Nadish Kanaria applying the trade that is identical to his father. Again, the father is Danish Kanaria, who played for several years at the highest level. Played Test cricket for Pakistan for a number of years. Obviously no longer in that role these days. He's a coach, and this has helped into the leg side. Not sure An appeal for leg before, I guess, is what was happening, but no chance of that being given out. But more to the point, you're now into over number 14. Full, and a big drive outside off. Thick edge and gone. What a catch. What an absolutely brilliant catch at first slip. A huge drive. Nadish Canaria is celebrating, dismissing his teammate. I don't know if his teammate will see the funny side of that, but that is a brilliant catch taken at slip. Just looking at this again, he went for the big drive. It came off the thick edge. It was traveling. It was absolutely traveling, but picked out of the air. That is such a good, absolutely good piece of cricket. Well bowled. The leg spinner has the ball turning away from the righty, so it's not surprising that he found the outside edge. But what a catch taken at first slip. That is wicket number 4. And that is the end of the day with the bat for Shahrigar. And that now brings to the wicket, I believe this is going to be Aaron Nadkarni. Confirm that as soon as we can. Tossed up, reaching forward to defend, no run. Aaron Nadkarni, interesting, the offspring of 2 former international cricketers are facing each other here. He is the son of Sushil Nadkarni, former USA captain, and probably, I think you could arguably say, the best batter in the history of US cricket. At least statistically, that's probably fair to say. Single down the ground to end over number 14. A successful one bowled by Nadish Canaria. And at the end of over number 14, the score is 1-2-3 for 4. Hrithik Ramesh continuing from the highway end, bowling to Aaron Nadkarni. Played square, no run. Aaron Nadkarni is a young, strong man, and so going big has never been something that he's reluctant to do, which means that if he chooses to go down the ground, he will hit exactly in this direction. He's working this into the leg side though. Should get 2 here. No, Hrithik Ramesh doing well enough to cover that one. And it is essentially just a single. So down to the last 34 balls of the day. For the TCC Kings. Katy Raiders 124 for 4. Projection now 173. So that's come all the way down. That's played into the outfield. Should just be a single on the offside. That sweeper has had a lot of work to do in that area, but he's done well generally. And Ritvik Ramesh now into his third over. None for 7 from 2.3. But just his economy rate is really, really good. And he's keeping things quiet. You'd suspect at some point they'd try to attack him, especially as you go towards the back end of this innings. Played into the outfield again for another single. But if you concede singles at this stage, that there's no way that you don't help build the pressure, because again, this is essentially a David versus Goliath type of matchup. Even though David has had some help with his resources from Goliath's team, to continue the analogy, having loaned a few players. 4 straight singles here in over number 15. 1 more delivery remaining. And it's Aaron Nadkarni on strike. He does go big right in this direction and over my head, I think. Oh my goodness. Excellent effort by the fielder down here at long off. Got a finger to it, but it still went for 6. So a big strike down the ground by Aaron Nadkarni, and that is his first big hit for the day for 6. And 10 runs coming from the over. And that is the end of over number 15. The score is 133 for 4. .133 for 4 is going to be Nadish Kanaria continuing. Bowling to Darshan Haribabu. Tossed up, goes down the ground, a couple of bounces and goes away for 4. So I think they've gotten the memo that they want to start launching towards the back end of the innings. The last 2 deliveries have yielded 10 runs. Now look at this. The last 5 overs 11 through 15, went for 28 runs combined. So keeping them at a score of 5.6 at this stage of the innings is an excellent job. The TCC Kings bowled very well, of course, with some help from a couple of the players who they borrowed. But it feels like going towards the back end of the innings that Darshan Haribabu and Aaron Nadkarni are going to take things on to attempt to accelerate the scoring from here. Tossed up, drags this one wider toward deep mid-wicket. That's 4 more. So 6 to close out over number 15, and then 4 and 4 to start over 16. So definitely feeling like they're going to be accelerating towards the back end here. When the ball, by the way, gets hit into that area west of the ground, that's essentially unfinished from a development standpoint, and it can sometimes be difficult to find those balls, but thankfully it's brought back in here pretty quickly. So Aaron Nadkarni having a chat right now with Darshan Haribabu, and I think that chat is going to go something like, please, let's get this thing over with as soon as we can. Down the leg side, more work for the sweeper in the deep, and he will not be able to, no, he does. Oh, he tried, he got to it. A diving attempt, and he got his hand to it, but it still went away for 4. 3 consecutive 4s now. Darshan Haribabu, by the way, has now gotten to 50. 50 from 27 balls faced. Really, really good effort from him with the bat. 27 balls, 5 fours and 2 sixes. So he's really done the hard work. And then now looking to cash in on the fruits of his labor, so to speak. Here's the next delivery. Pushing it through more quickly. That gets through everybody. I think it's going to be buys. Have 2 runs. Not going to go all the way to the boundary. And Aaron Nadkarni wanted to come back for the third, but is eventually deciding against it. Certainly signaled buys there by umpire Herman Geddes. So keeper has missed a few times. 4 buys completely, or 4 buys in total have been added to the score so far, and essentially a buy is when the keeper doesn't collect the ball. This is pushed through more quickly. That is Arian Tamala down at long off. Single, so 1 more ball now remaining, a 15-run over so far. And Nadesh Kanaria now looking to just pull things back. Maybe, don't know if he'd want to flight the ball to Aaron Nadkarni, because clearly he has full license. 25 balls left, so if you flight it, he'll probably be looking to go big. Here's the last ball. He does flight it. He does try to go big, misses out on the big hoik. And that is the end of the over. Attempted stumping there by the keeper. Nadkarni's back foot was still in the crease, but good close to the over, but it ended up costing. Going now into over number 17, a reverse here by Darshan Haribabu. So all the tricks are coming out of the bag, if you will. Going into the last 23 balls, you get the sense that both of these batters have full license to go for some shots. This is a top edge sweep that goes to short fine leg for a single. Now, I mentioned Aaron Nadkarni, how he likes to go big. Came right down this area for 6 the last time. So I would suspect that if anything is flighted, he'll be looking to do the exact same thing. It is flighted, and it does go big. That goes for 6. It was a full toss. Not the first time that you've seen a full toss ball today. But Aaron Nadkarni does not need an invitation, nor does he need any help scoring big. And this one cashing in, dragging it wide over the top of long on. Actually went between long on and cow corner, went all the way for 6. So once again, you'd get the sense that this pair is going to be accelerating through the finish line, if you will, to use a sprinting metaphor. You've now passed 150. The score is now 155. Unofficially 155. The scoreboard has something different. We'll see exactly what happens from here. But looking at the very last 21 balls remaining, four wickets down, so still 6 in hand. You'd get the sense that they can be a lot more adventurous. Now, what would be interesting to see is if they lost a few wickets, if the ones who are currently in the field would be asked to go into bat. We'll see if that ever comes to fruition. This is hit into the outfield. A couple of runs as it goes down to deep cow corner again. Better delivery that time as compared to the one that was dropped. Oh, I'm sorry, that went for 6. 2 balls remaining now over number 17. Tossed up again. She's really winding up to go big, Aaron Nadkarni, but this is a well-bowled delivery. It is right almost in the block hole, so he can't get under it to elevate it. And so from that standpoint, it's a good thing. And the scoreboard, really reading something different from what I have. I have 158. The scoreboard has 154. But we'll see exactly how that develops. We'll get that straightened out as soon as we can. End of 17. We'll be right back. Aaron Tamala coming back in. I believe the ball is last over. This is defended back to the bowler himself. No run. Big hit down the ground. Oh, palmed over the goal post by the fielder at long on. Thought for a split second. Off the bat, I thought it was immediately 6. Turns out that I think that's Ritvik Ramesh, who was down at the boundary, who actually had a chance to catch that. Couldn't secure it, though, and it goes all the way for 6. So Aaron Nadkarni continuing to do what he's done throughout, which is hit big. And I don't get the sense that you're going to be seeing him do anything other than that. He's going to be looking on continuing exactly the same way, and this is going down the ground again. See him slam his pad with his bat in frustration. He wants to get under these deliveries, not able to get under those, or under that last one anyway. Aaron Tamala keeping it very full, so if you get it out of the hitting zone, you can actually keep him quiet. Darshan Haribabu again pushes this one through, goes big. Where does this end up? Landing in front of deep mid-wicket, and they'll come back for a and they'll get there pretty easily. So down to the last 14 balls, the last 2 balls remaining here in the spell of, no, in fact, Aaron Tamala does have 2 overs left, so he's now bowling over number 18, so you suspect that he'll also bowl 20. And to correct the score, it is now 163 for 4. Tries to go big. Oh, given wide by umpire Herman Geddes. I think Aaron Tamala is complaining that the batter moved across to the leg side, or to the offside. So in theory, the wide line would have moved with him, but umpire Herman Geddes is of the opinion that that's still a wide delivery. So one more added to the total, and we'll see exactly how it happens from here. Played into the covers, no run. Dot ball there, so 1 ball remaining in over number 18. 10 runs already from this over, so an expensive one from that standpoint. But Aaron Tamala looking to just close out without much issue. Here is the last ball. Down the ground again, and it's going to land short of Ritvik Ramesh. Just a single to close things out in over number 18. 11 runs coming from that over. And at the end of 18, the score is 1-6. Nope. Okay, one ball left. Looking here, I thought that was the end of the over, but apparently there is one ball left. Okay, my apologies. Here comes the next delivery from Aryan Tamala. Tossed up and played into the offside just for a single. I would imagine that this really would be the last ball now. And yes, that is the end of over number 18. So 12 coming from the over at the end of over. To bowl his last over. 3 overs, none for 15. In the air, catchable. Long off, coming off the boundary. No, doesn't get there in time. Made up a decent amount of ground, but couldn't get all the way there to put himself in the position to catch that. And yes, every single one of these deliveries, you get the sense that Aaron Nadkarni is going to be swinging for the fences. Top edge that one, so wasn't able to get all of it. Now this is Darshan Haribabu, who takes advantage of a wide open leg side to score 4 runs. Walked over to the offside, Darshan Haribabu. He's done that a couple of times to access the offside, or to access the leg side. A couple of huge strides over to his right, to the left of your screen, to make sure that he's able to access the leg side. So he's now moving on to 57 from 34, 6 fours and a 6. Does it again. Calling for 2. I think they'll be able to get it pretty easily. Aaron Nadkarni immediately complying with that request. And 2 more runs to the total. So now you're down to the last 9. 7 runs already coming from the over. The scoring rate is picking up. It is now up to 9.44. I think 220 is probably out of reach, but they're certainly going to be looking for something in the 190, 200 range. And they'll get there if they keep doing this. Darshan Haribabu cashing in again on another 6. Moving over to the offside yet again. And I would think that Aryan Tamala would want to have a fielder in the deep on the leg side, because he's intentionally walking across the wicket and accessing that deep backward square leg area, and there's nobody back there. So it would seem to be a pretty evident ploy. For example, you have a sweeper on the offside. That guy is not being used at all. It might make sense to move the sweeper on the offside inside the circle and then drop another fielder back in the deep on the leg side, because Darshan Haribabu, every shot that he's playing is going in that direction. 2 balls remaining over number 15. I'm sorry, over number 19. 13 from the over already. Now going around the wicket. Does it again in the air. Is it going to be catchable? What a good catch. Taken low down. That is a really good catch taken, and it's taken by Sachin Selvakumar, who has the distinction of batting and fielding in the same innings. Again, Sachin Selvakumar is one of the fielders who was borrowed by the TCC Kings, the Katy Raiders, are generous enough to allow the Kings to use some of their players. So he's already batted. He opened the batting, got out early, but is now in the field, and where he just took the catch of one of his teammates. So Darshan Haribabu looking to go big, a big charge toward the back end of the innings, but ends up holding out in the deep to a catch taken by Sachin Selvakumar. So, one more wicket goes down. That is well bowled by Ritwik Ramesh. He takes his first wicket for the day, 1 for 28 so far. An economy rate of 7.3 when the rest of the team is going at 9, or when the team is going at 9.5 overall, means that you are a net positive to your side. We'll see exactly how they can close things out here, as it is now going to be Sohan Matam who is at the wicket. Sohan Matam is an opening batter ordinarily, but because of the fact that, again, you're playing in a game that for several reasons isn't as competitive as it ordinarily would be, Sohan Matam coming in further down the order to give a chance to some of the other batters who may not have had as much time in the middle. So that's the end of the over. Successful one, 13 runs coming from it, but a wicket falls. At the end of 19, the score is 179 for 5. So the last over coming up, 179 for 5. It will be Aryan Tamala, who's bowling. Captain opened the bowling and is now coming back on to close things out. For those of you not familiar with the game, you are limited to 4 overs, but you can bowl those 4 overs at any time, as long as you don't bowl you don't bowl 2 consecutive overs. In other words, you can't bowl overs 1 and 2, but you can space your overs out as much as you can. The captain choosing to bring himself on here. This is lofted down the ground, and another catch taken. I think that's also Sachin Selvakumar, who takes the catch of Aaron Nadkarni, who wants to go big. You know that he's winding up to go big every single time, but flight to deliver by Aryan Tamala, but the length for me is what was good about that delivery. Getting it in sort of the length that did not allow Aaron Nadkarni to have the leverage to clear the fence. And that's a good catch down there taken by, again, I believe that's Sachin Selvakumar. He's probably 150 yards away, but I believe that's who that is. And assuming that is him, he's very tall, probably 6'3", and from that standpoint, those are the types of fielders who you want fielding on the boundary at the stage of the innings, because the taller the fielder, obviously, the better the chance that he'll catch a drive that potentially could have gone over another player's head. This is going to be coming to the crease now. Aditya Ayapan. Tamala, good delivery, dragging it in the deep, going to land short of the fielder coming in from cow corner. He'll get 1 run. So Sohan Matam will take strike. Sohan Matam has only faced 1 delivery, and Aditya Ayapan certainly has done the same thing from the last delivery that you just saw. 4 deliveries left now. Sohan Matam going for the big swipe and a miss. He missed out on that, and he's disappointed in himself. He thought he should have put that away. But a dot ball, a precious dot ball here at the back end of the innings. Really good going so far. Top edge, nobody there. Coming in is Nandish Kanaria, coming in from short third to clean up. This is good bowling by Aryan Tamala. So 2 balls remaining now in over number 20. And what an absolutely brilliant comeback by the Katy Raiders. I'm sorry, by the TCC Kings, who actually were helped by the Katy Raiders, the ones who they've borrowed. Swipe and a miss. That one has turn and bounce. And another dot ball. So 1 ball remaining in the 20th over, and believe it or not, only 2 runs have scored in this, the last over of the innings. So in Matam standing at the non-striker's end, as it's going to be Aditya Pan to face the last delivery. Pulls it down to deep mid-wicket. Should just be a single. They'll come back for a second. In fact, no risk in coming back for that second run, and it gets away, so they're coming back for a third. So a couple of bonus runs there. Should really just have been 1. But nevertheless, only 5 runs come from over number 20. Believe it or not, the TCC Kings, again with help from the Raiders, have made a good account of themselves. Just 184 runs in an environment where the setup was there, the launching pad was there for them to get something in the neighborhood of in excess of 200. But you've done well to pull things back. So the 184 is where you end up with as a total score. Make that 185, my apologies. 185 means that, looking at the total scorecard, the batters at the top set the tone. Arya Kanantha 55 from 29, and Sachin Selvakumar 16 from 12. Shreyas Saladi got out cheaply for 5, but Darshan Haribabu top scoring with 65 from 37. 6 4s and 2 6s. Good effort with the bat from him. Shauryagar 4. Aaron Nadkarni a few big hits, 27 from 17. And then for the bowlers, the best of them for me, Srihan Chala, 4 overs, 3 for 24, could have had a 4th. Aryan Tamala, 4 overs, 1 for 36, and Aviran Chigarala, 2 for 27. Ajay Prithviraj, 1 that went for 17. Antabakta, 2 overs, 24. Rithvik Ramesh, a good spell, 4 overs, 1 for 28. And Nadesh Kanaria, 2 overs, 1 for 17. That is the end of the over. That's the end of the innings. And that means that after a short break, the Katy Raiders will be coming back to see if they can defend 186. Signing off for the moment from Prairie View. Join us again in the next 10 minutes. Welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex. The TCC Kings are now going to be trying to overhaul a total of 186. Opening the batting with Ajay Prithviraj and captain Aryan Tamala. Aryan Tamala is the one on strike. Facing up to Sohan Matam. Opening the bowling. Generally likes to open both the batting and bowling from what I just heard. So we'll see how well he does here. Sohan Matam, right arm over. Short delivery, powered away into the deep, but there's a fielder out there, deep mid-wicket. Immediately off the mark is Aryan Tamala. And the TCC Kings have a long way to go, but essentially you're looking to score 185 runs in the next 119 balls. So your required rate is over 9 as of this point, 9.3. And you want to make sure that you do whatever you can to keep the scoreboard ticking. It's a pretty heavy lift, and we've said it a few times already. The TCC Kings don't have several of their normal players. Thick edge. Oh, good stop there at backward. Direct. Ooh, that's the direct hit, is it? Yep, direct hit, but all of a sudden confusion. And the throw coming back in a comedy of errors. Clean pickup and a direct hit from short third. And a mix-up, but ultimately it results in, I think, just 1 run. So I started saying you just want to make sure that the scoreboard keeps ticking. I don't know that you need or want for it to be that exciting. You don't want to put yourself in a position of potentially being run out. But 2 balls bowled, 2 runs scored. So you want to have that keep happening. This is going to be a wide. Umpire Herman Geddes telling Sohan Matam needs to re-bowl that one. So clearly a long way to go, but once again, if you're looking at a big total, it can sometimes be liberating to know that you only have one option. And that one option is that you need to go hard from the beginning. Because, oh, missed it live. It was not just a wide. In fact, it was a wide, but it was also a no ball. So a no ball supersedes the wide, which now means that this next delivery is going to be a free hit. Here's a free hit delivery by Sohan Matam. Down the ground, that's going to be over the top of everyone and goes all the way for 4, is it? Yep, goes all the way for 4. So that would have hurt because, again, it was a free hit delivery. Essentially, there's only a limited number of ways that you can be out, and those limited number of ways are the modes of dismissal where the bowler does not get credit for the wicket. So in other words, you can be run out, you can be out handle the ball, you can be out obstructing the field, but apart from those, essentially a free hit is exactly what it sounds like. And this is slapped in the air through the infield for 4 more. So Aryan Tamala cashing in here. Couple of scoring strokes, 2 balls remaining here in over number 1. Remember, they needed to score at 9 and over. Well, 11 runs have already been scored in this over, and 11 runs with 2 balls to go in the first over. Wanting number 1 to take advantage of the power play overs, and you're doing that right now if you're Captain Aryan Tamala. 9 from 4 balls faced, and more importantly, he's essentially signaling to the Katy Raiders that they're in for a fight. Very attacking batter, Aryan Tamala, wanting to take the attack to Sohan Matam. This is too far outside the line of off, signaled wide. So 3 runs coming. 1 wide, 1 no ball already in this over. So you've accepted a couple of gifts. Ned Carney again dropping back really halfway between mid-off and long-off. So see exactly how that plays out. Last delivery played square, but there's a sweeper out there. So you've changed your line of attack and you're putting the fielders in a more defensive position. Single to close things out in over number 1, an expensive one for the TCC, for the Katy Raiders. TCC Kings off and running, scores 14 without loss. Without loss after 1. New bowler now coming from the highway end. It's going to be Vardhan Handa. Vardhan Handa hasn't done much bowling in this tournament, I don't believe, but going to be asked to bowl now to Ajay Prithviraj. 2 from 2. Left arm over the wicket. Driven into the offside. That's Sachin Selvakumar. We'll tell you what, shy at the stumps, misses out on that, but that very well, had he hit, could have been the end of Aryan Tamala. So to continue the theme of this feeling more and more like a practice match, Aaron Nadkarni ordinarily opens the bowling. He will either bowl the first or the second over. Not bowling here today, so I guess, again, it feels as though they're giving players who don't ordinarily feature either up the order with the bat or opening the bowling to feature a little bit earlier. So once again, it essentially just feels like a bit of a practice match ahead of the big game this afternoon. Left arm over, played off the back foot. That's Sohan Matam down at deep third. So 2 deliveries and 2 singles are ready to start this over. And it's going to be interesting to see whether or not they're able to keep the scoreboard ticking. They don't bat very deep. This pair is very good, but with several substitute players being used and a couple of junior players, you get the sense that if anything happens, this pair needs to do it, and this pair is on the way to doing it as that's clipped through the vacant mid-wicket area for 4. That is Aryan Tamala, who has a ball on his pads that he likes, and he puts that away. He's now up to 11 from 6 with 2 boundaries. And he's going to be looking, I would think, to take the attack to the Katy Raiders. Don't have a lot of options if you're looking up at a score of 185, or 86 rather. So you've scored 20 of that 186 already. So you're just now looking to make sure the scoreboard keeps ticking, as I've said a couple of times before. Want to get to the point that even though, again, it feels like it's a practice match, but you still want to be able to make a good account of yourself. It's going to be Vardhan Handa again. Left arm over the wicket. Played off the back foot. Sohan Matam has some work to do. They may try to get 2, and yes, it's going to be an easy 2. So, in order to get to this number, you're looking to get to 186. It presents the opportunity for you to do some management of your chase from the standpoint that you have control over what you do with the ball and the bat. Struck down to mid-off, quick single taken. That's shy coming in from the stumps, not going to be in time. And so, with the ball, the TCC Kings, I think, performed creditably, once again with assistance. But the primary bowlers for TCC Kings did. And then now with the bat, they have the opportunity with one ball remaining here in over number 2 to put themselves in the position to challenge the total. Left arm over. Played into the leg side. Should just be a single. The bowler himself, Fields, comes across to mid-wicket. And 10 runs coming from that over. 14 from the first, 10 from the second. After 2, the score is 24 without loss. The 24 without loss after 2, a change in bowling. Sohan Matan bowls 1 over and gives the ball to Aditya Ayapan, right arm seamer, who will be bowling again from the forest end. 24 runs, meaning that the TCC Kings need another 162 in the next 108 balls at a rate of 9 and over. So the required rate actually has come down since the beginning of this game. And here's Aditya Ayapan. Foolish delivery, just driven to mid-off. Really extra cover, short extra cover. Field, once again, inside the power play, set for the elevated drive down to long off. There's a fielder down there, and there's also a fielder at deep mid-wicket. So a couple of different options for you here if you're Aditya Ayapan. Top edge, that's going to fly over the top of short third and run to the boundary for 4. So you don't get to put everybody out when it's a power play. Again, you're limited to only 2 being outside the circle. And when that happens, you've chosen long off and deep mid-wicket for the 2 outside, which means everyone else is inside. So that top edge sailing away over the top to go for a boundary. So these 2 openers, Aryan Tamala and Ajay Prithviraj, are giving it the old college try. 16 from 9 for Aryan Tamala with 3 4s. Ajay Prithviraj 10 from 6. Played into the offside, just no run. And so to the extent that you have options from the standpoint of scoring opportunities, it's just going to be up to these 2 to keep making the scoreboard turn over and getting yourself to the point where you're looking to consistently score. Dragging this one straight. Quick pickup and a throw by Sachin Selvakumar, but can't prevent the single. So 2 balls remaining now over number 3. Mentioned the power play a few times. The power play is in the first 6 overs. So first 36 legal deliveries, you can only have 2 fielders outside. Already discussed where they are. But after the power play is finished, generally you tend to find that the scoring rate slows down because the fielding the fielding positions can be a lot more defensive. And so you need to sort of cash in here while you can. This is driven to mid-off. That is Aaron Nadkarni. Yet another single, but this is a much tighter over than the first 2. First one went for 14, second one for 10. 7 from this over so far. 4 of those 7 came from a top edge that flew over the top of short third. So generally speaking, Aditya Ayapan is a net positive for the team, at least so far in his spell. Here's the next delivery. 2 straight. Flicked away down the leg side, all the way to the boundary. Backward square leg. Long run from mid-wicket. No way he could get there. So I may have just jinxed Aditya Ayapan. Was bowling well, but got that last one 2 straight. Put away behind square on the leg side for yet another boundary. That is his second boundary of the afternoon. 11, make that 15 from 8. In fact, my apologies. That shot was played by Aryan Tamala. He's now 21 from 12 with 4 boundaries. Ajay Prithviraj 11 from 7 with 1 boundary. That is the end of over number 3. Score is 34 without loss. This is the 3rd place game that you're watching here in the 2024 Houston Youth Premier League tournament. Matchup between the TCC Kings and the Katy Raiders. TCC Kings currently batting, trying to overhaul a total of 186. Fullen in the block hole is next over, being bowled now by Vardhan Handa. His second over. Single to start things off. The opening batters are going to be Ajay Prithviraj and Aryan Tamala. Prithviraj with that single, now 12 from 8 with a boundary. 1 from 12 with 4 fours. Fielders all the way around. Oh, that's a good stop. But diving attempt at backward point, does well to keep it from getting through. And there's nobody out there behind point, so very easily could have saved 4 runs there. Now, to the extent that you're in the position where you're looking to conserve scoring opportunities, if you are the Katy Raiders, you're wanting to have that ball in the right line and the right length. That to me looks like the right line. For the left-hander, slanting it across the right-hander and getting it in the area, about a 4th, maybe a 5th stump line, that last one. So maybe just a touch too wide. But if you miss your line, you want it to be outside off instead of too straight. Anything too straight presents scoring opportunities. Outside off, then you have a chance. And that one is outside off, played into the offside for no run. Sachin Selvakumar in that position. So he has the unique distinction of having batted and fielded in the first innings, and is now fielding in the second innings, and in all likelihood will be bowling later on as well. So pretty busy day all the way around for Sachin Selvakumar. Full driven through the gap in the offside, running close to the boundary. They'll get a couple. Long sprint, great effort by diving over the ropes to save 1 run. And that's the type of effort that always makes your teammates happy. A long sprint by the fielder, running all the way back from cover point, and he saved 1 run. So it's 3 runs to the total, but psychologically that has a good advantage, because that's one of the best ways of having your teammates know that you're in the fight. Next delivery. Quick single taken. Keeper is a shout, and the throw coming in that direction, not quite in time, and they'll get a single. So that is a single that closes things out in over number 4. At the end of 4, the score is 39 without loss. 13-9 without loss after 4. I mentioned earlier that Aaron Nadkarni is the one who usually opens the bowling. Well, didn't open the bowling, but he's now coming on to bowl over number 5. So from the Forest end, there have been 3 different bowlers used, each of whom has bowled 1 over, or each of whom will have bowled 1 over by the time Aaron Nadkarni finishes here. Ajay Prithviraj and Aryan Tamala wanting to push toward something resembling a competitive match. Aaron Nadkarni coming in from the Forest end. Big swipe and a miss outside off. Just comparing where the 2 teams were at for each of them at this stage of the innings. After the first 4 overs, Katy Raiders were on 45. So the TCC Kings are maybe slightly behind that pace. It was also the fact that they'd not lost any wickets. In the air, wide of short of mid-on, running back and pulling it back before he gets to the boundary. Wanted a second run there. My goodness, I believe there is an issue with Aryan Tamala. He seemed to have gone down. I don't know whether or not he's injured, but he's going to want to get that checked out. They wanted to come back for another run. Lofted in the air and just, yeah, he was always just, in fact, appears to be holding his back. So I don't know whether or not that's something close to the stress of having played the last 2 nights, including this one, and then the tournament started last weekend. So essentially they're playing 2 matches a day. So even with their relatively young bodies, you can sometimes get to the point where you might be a little bit strained. And so that ends up just being a single to start over number 5. Next delivery, short and pulled away for 4. He was really onto that in a flash, Ajay Prithviraj. He pulled that from outside the line of off stump. In theory, he could have cut it also, because if you play that shot through the offside, there's a sweeper in the covers. So potentially it could have gone to him, but it was a slow enough delivery. Aaron Nadkarni is a very quick bowler, but he seems to be bowling within himself, meaning not straining every sinew as you would think a fast bowler would do if he's coming in to bowl a short delivery. And essentially you've cashed in on that start, and now you're going to be looking to see if you can continue capitalizing. Nadkarni again bowling once again to Aryan Tamala, and just the body language of the Katy Raiders, I think, emphasizes the fact that this is really, even though I've said it a number of times already, this really just does feel like a practice match. And here's the next delivery here in over number 5. Played off the back foot. Backward point is right there, so no run. At the end of the over, we'll probably see whether or not we can go through what your league leading players are for the batters and the bowlers. Next delivery, played into the offside. Up, that gets by the fielder at extra cover. Throw coming in from Sachin Selvakumar, but always going to be a single there. So they take the single, which means that in the next 2 deliveries, Aaron Nadkarni is just going to try to close things out in a way that indicates that he's also up for the fight. Waiting to see exactly what the development is from here, but he's bringing in the feeler in the deep from mid-wicket, or from square leg, so not going to be bowling anything short, I don't think. And just that quickly pulls out of his run-up again. That's happened a couple times in this over. And really, at the risk of repeating myself, there does not seem to be any intrigue in this match. And all of the energy has essentially been sucked out of the room. Another wide outside off stump. First one bowled by Ernad Carney. And to the extent that this is a third place game, to the extent that several of the TCC Kings are not available, feels like we're just trying to get through this match without much more difficulty. Outside off, no run there. And that is the end of over number 5. 46 without loss after 5. Six without loss after 5. It's going to be Vardan Handa to continue bowling from the highway end, which is the southern end of the ground here in Prairie View, bowling to Aryan Tamala. Thick outside edge, squirts down to deep third. Just a single. So looking at the comparisons between the two teams at this spot in their respective innings, at the end of over number 5, the Katy Raiders were on 62 without loss. So once again, thinking in terms of whether or not the TCC Kings are keeping up with that rate, they're certainly behind from that standpoint. Off the back foot, look at this. Oh, it's going to be an overthrow now. They'll get one. Wanted immediately to come for the run, Aaron Tamala, but didn't think at first there was going to be a run there, but overthrow gifted them with a run. So let's see exactly how well Vardan Handa can continue bowling. 3 overs so far. Like he's in the middle of his 3rd over. 17 runs conceded already. Next delivery. Oh, it was in the air for a while, but didn't quite carry to Sachin Selvakumar's short cover. Dot ball though, so a couple of overs initially went pretty expensively, but they've done well here, the Katy Raiders, to pull things back. Oh, it was missed it when it happened. It was a no ball and then now a free hit. So Vardan Handa committing the cardinal sin of overstepping. Next delivery, sky high. How much of it does he get? Didn't get all of it. And a long run for Ernad Carney. Of course, would not have mattered if he'd taken that catch because it was a free hit. So end up with 2 runs against his name here. Aryan Tamala. He's now into the 30s, Aryan Tamala. 185 is what the first inning score was. So you're looking to chase 186. Played off the back foot into the covers. Throw coming to the non-strikers end. They'll get a sit. In fact, they'll get a couple. Ajay Prithviraj 15 from 13. Aaron Tamala 31 from 22. 1-4 and 5-4s respectively for that opening pair. By the way, 50 is now up. Hammered through the gap in the covers that should have the legs to get to the boundary. And it gets there now. Good looking shot. So knowing exactly what you're looking for and knowing that you can get, I think it's causing this opening pair to build in confidence. Essentially, they've done the hard part. Getting started with your innings is always the hard part, but looking a little bit more comfortable now, especially Aaron Tamala, 35 from 23 with 6 boundaries, facing up to the last ball from Varun Handa's third over. Oh, opportunity there for a run out, but ultimately everyone returns to their respective places. That is the end of over number 5. Make that over number 6. Score is 55 without loss. The TCC Kings need to score 131 runs in the next 96 balls. So 55 without loss. Aaron Tamala, 35 from 24 with 6 fours. Ajay Prithviraj, 16 from 14 with 1 boundary. So both batters striking it at a rate over 100. Aaron Tamala's strike rate 146. Ajay Prithviraj's strike rate 114. Second over now being bowled by Aaron Nadkarni. Clipped to long on. Coming off the rope. Again, it's cleaning up. Believe that is Sachin Selvakumar. Single to start here. Things in the non-power play overs. We're now outside of the power play, so you can be more defensive if you want with your field settings. There's a deep square leg, there's a deep mid wicket, there's a long on, a long off, and a sweeper on the boundary. So that's what your field setup is. Play into the leg side to get a single. So continuing along here in this third place match, to the extent that you can make a good account or give a good account of yourself, that puts you in a good position to be able to hopefully capitalize. Number one, because you want to win this game, but as cricket grows in this country, you want to be able to make sure that you are putting on a show for anyone who's interested in watching. And anyone who's interested in watching could be the selectors, could be any number of different clubs in T20 leagues, so there's a lot to play for. Oh, did he edge that? I think he may have edged that. Not collected by the keeper. I want to take a look at that again. I believe that this was a catch. Either way, put down, so it just ends up being a dot ball. Last 3 deliveries here coming up for Aaron Nadkarni. Very full and launched in the air. Long run for Sachin Selvakumar. Cannot get there. In fact, he got there, but he couldn't complete the catch. Unfortunate for him. Fortunately for Aaron Tamala. Next deliver coming up now. Long run up as you'd expect for a big fast bowler, but Again, appears to be bowling within himself, not wanting to strain every sinew as he ordinarily would when you're running into bowl. Played into the offside. No run. Aaron Carney recently returned from trip to the T20 World Cup, featured in the USA side. Short delivery, put away behind square, long run for backward square. He's not going to be able to get there. 4 more. So started saying Aaron Carney was part of the USA squad, U19 players who went to take part in the T20 World Cup. Experience, a learning experience for him and for the rest of the team. And I think that will serve them well as they continue growing in their careers. That's the end of over number 7. The score is 64 without loss. So new bowler, it's going to be Sumyak Shah. If I remember correctly, he's a leg spinner. And he will be bowling to Ajay Prithviraj. Oh, Prithviraj, my apologies. I've been pronouncing that name incorrectly all along. Ajay, I'm sorry about that. A bit of last minute shifting around to the field before Sumyak Shah gets into his craft. Bowling again to Ajay Prithviraj. Gets a lot of turn on that delivery. I'd want to see him bowl it a little fuller, because if you're generating turn but dropping it too short, then that gives the batter more than enough time to see which way the ball is turning and then adjust his shot stroke play accordingly. For me, that last delivery was a good one in that it turned, but I would need for it to be a little bit fuller. Here he is again. Once again, short, getting turned, but from that length, you have options in terms of being able to play shots. So as a leg spinner, you're trying to draw the batter forward and then hopefully from your standpoint catch the outside edge. And that's not what he's done for the first few balls. That's a better length. What you want to do is tease the batter, tempt him, have it coming, or have him trying to get down to the pitch, because the better he's able to, or the more he's able to reach forward to try to get those, then the better your situation is in terms of being able to threaten that outside edge. Next deliver, played down the ground to long off. Just jogging there, just nothing more than a single. Aryan Tamala now 42 from 28 with 7 fours. Ajay Prithviraj 22 from 20 with a boundary. And Aryan Tamala back on strike. Pulling it down to, that is Aaron Carney. Aaron Tamala again, 42 from 28. This is going to be the last ball now of over number 8 in progress. Play through the offside. They want 2, and they'll get 2 pretty easily. Interesting that one good turn deserves another, because in the field that appears to be one of the best glove men anywhere around. I think that is Arjun Mahesh. So Arjun Mahesh is a member of the side that is batting, but he's now in the field on behalf of the Katy Raiders. Anyway, so end of 8, 2 deliveries, or 2 runs coming from that last delivery, and scored 7-1 without loss. New bowler coming from the highway end. It's going to be Arya Kananta, the captain, who's brought himself on to continue the theme of practice match. Arya Kananta, off spinner. Played off the back foot, Sohan Matan not able to get to it. Trying to see if they can pull it back, and they do. About a couple of yards from the ropes at deep third. So a double to start things here in over number 9. From the bat of Ajay Prithviraj, 25 from 22, now with 1-4 still. But luckily, importantly for him, still scoring at a pretty hefty strike rate. Strike rate over 109, 109.52. In the air again and running close to the boundary. There's a sweeper out there on the boundary though. That's Vardhan Handa, who's able to come in and prevent any more damage than just the 1 run. Ajay Prithviraj and Aryan Tamala, who've opened the batting here, and go through what they're looking for. Oh my goodness, that is a full toss, no ball, and it ricochets off the keeper. They'll just get, in fact, they did not get a run, because I think it's the case that Aryan Tamala wants to be the one who takes the free hit. That was a brutal delivery. Got through everyone and everything and hit the keeper on the full. So this is going to be a free hit. I've seen a few full toss no balls today. And you're going to want to make sure that you get that ball to pitch. But this is now a free hit. Slapped away for 4. Gave him the width. And he cashes in, elevates it over point, in that backward point area. So the free hit does cost an extra 4 runs. Scoring up to 70, up to 80. Here's the next delivery. That gets through the keeper again. Should be a couple more buys, I would think. Long run for the fielder coming around from deep backward square leg. That's Submiak Shah. Interesting. No signal from umpire Herman Geddes, so that was probably an edge. And I think I just saw him signal to his partner that those 2 runs were not in fact buys, but they were off of the bat. Single now down to long off. And the match meandering toward respectability at this point. Played into the offside, looking for a single. And that is a single that closes things out in over number 9. End of 9, 85 without loss. And in fact, we will have our next strategic timeout. So, quick break of 2 minutes and 30 seconds from right here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex, field number 5. We'll be back for the resumption of this match in that time. Ready for the resumption of this match. 85 without loss after 9. Your batters are in Tamala. 53 from 33, so he's gotten to his 50. And Ajay Prithviraj, who is now on strike, 27 from 24. This is a single down to long on. Oh, I'm sorry, to Cow Corner. Not much of an element of urgency in this chase. They need another exactly 100 runs in the next 66 balls to make that 65 balls after that single. Down the leg side, 4 runs. Or is it? No, there's a man down there. Oh, it does get to the boundary anyway. A little bit too straight on that delivery, being bowled here by Sumyak Shah. And it's pulled away for 4 behind square. So now the score is into the 90s. You're into over number 10. 2 deliveries already bowled in that over 10. After this, you're almost at the halfway stage in terms of run, or in terms of the number of overs. But you're also almost at the halfway stage in terms of the target. You need another 96 runs. You have 90 and you need 96 more. And still no wickets have fallen. In the air for just a touch. Sohan Matam at short third, who does the cleanup work. Can't prevent Aryan Tamala from scoring another single. Tamala now 58 from 35 with 9 fours. Ajay Prithviraj 28 from 25, 1 boundary, and again maintaining that strike rate above 100. Played into the covers, throw coming to the non-strikers end, and that should give them, thought for a second it might give them an opportunity for an overthrow, but good work by Captain Arikananta coming off the rope at long on to limit that damage and not allow any additional runs. Sumyak Shah again, tossed up, off the back foot, gets it to backward point, they'll get a single. 8 from the over already. Now look at this, 1 delivery away from it being the halfway point in terms of overs, and the scores are exactly, or indicating that you're exactly halfway there. 93 runs on the board and you need another 93. Tossed up, going big, well, not necessarily big, lofting it over the infield. There's a fielder down on the boundary at long off. That's a single. So at the halfway stage, 10 overs up, and you need another 92 runs. Current score 94 without loss. So you like where you are right now. Can't ask for much more than that if you were the TCC Kings. Not going to have several of your options with the bat. And in fact, one of the better, probably the best batter in the side, Arjun Mahesh, is currently fielding in the deep. So to continue with the theme of it being a practice match, or feeling like a practice match, maybe a couple of wickets fall and you might see some of the junior players having a chance at the wicket. But for now, this opening pair has put on 94 runs, and they may be looking to see if they can continue going along in the same way. So a new bowler now coming from the forest end. Sumyak Shah bowled 2 overs, gave up 16. Arikananta's 1 over the last time, that was over number 9. Cost 14 runs, so he's taken himself off. And this is now going to be a new bowler coming in again from the forest end. It's going to be Shaurya Gar. So a little bit of bowling attack by committee here. That is now the 7th bowler being used. Whipped away behind square. There's Arjun Mahesh down on the boundary. 2 more runs. And so you're now at the point where just looking to make something happen, wanting to make sure that the scoreboard keeps ticking. I've said that a few times already, but even with all the limitations of this being a less than ideal start, you're still in a position where you're wanting to sort of make amends for, let's just say, an indifferent start to this game. Switch in the field as Arjun Mahesh is now going all the way from deep backward square to backward point. And now Sharigar, with this field set, it appears is going to be bowling on an off stump line, outside off, in the air. It's going to land safely in front of the sweeper. And just a single there. So you're now at the point where you're starting to look ahead to see what your target is and how far from it you are. You're scoring right now at the rate of 9.39 and over. The required rate is 9.21. So that puts you in the position where all you'll need to do with 10 wickets in hand, with all the disclaimers that we said earlier, is just keep playing. This is in the air, catchable and taken. The sweeper, who is all the way down on the boundary on the offside. That shot was lofted by Aryan Tamala off the outside edge. Actually had way more power on that stroke than I thought, because it did carry all the way to the fielder in that position, who took a pretty straightforward catch. Now, interestingly, and we've spoken about the fact that there's a few fielders or a few batters who've been switched around, a few members of the TCC Kings who have been helped by the generosity of the Katy Raiders. Well, you're now having at the wicket one of those fielders who ostensibly had come in just to help field, but is now coming into bat. So yes, they've removed the restriction to where the substitute fielders are only able to field, because this is actually Krish Panchal, who is at the wicket, who has bat in hand. He's going to join Ajay Prithviraj. And that delivery, last delivery there, that took a wicket, lofted into the deep, and a pretty clean catch taken by the fielder out there on the boundary. So your options for scoring, not even sure what the scoring lineup or the batting lineup would be from here, but this certainly is one of the substitutes. Krish Panchal, who's going to be facing now up to Sharigar, who is his actual teammate. Good delivery, played, run off the edge down to deep point, make that deep backward point. Couple of runs, so getting off the mark immediately, good for him. And that means now with that double that the deficit has been reduced to 87. You need another 87 in the next 56 balls. And warming up is the Texas Legends jogging by, and good to see once again. You're going to see a really exciting match the second half of the day's coverage, because even though this one has sort of taken on the feel of a practice match, the second match this afternoon is going to be between the Texas Legends and the Texas Skywalkers. Texas Skywalkers, actually, who just jogged by, taking a quick lap around the field. And so please pay attention. And as sort of undercooked as this match has been, and again, it's taken on the feel of a practice match, there will be a very high intensity final between the Texas Legends and the Texas Skywalkers. Sharigar again. This one is helped into the leg side. They may want two here. Nope. Good work by Sachin Selvakumar. But now the ball is overthrown, and they will end up getting 2. In fact, they'll get 3. So a couple of bonus runs here. The last delivery of the over does end up going for 3. So, by the way, with all that activity, the 100 is now up. So 103 for 1 is the score. Make that 104. No, I apologize. 101 according to the scoreboard. So let's just say 101 for 1 after 11. So a lot of ones in that sentence. And after 11, it will be the same aforementioned Sachin Selvakumar who will be coming in to bowl his leg spinners from the highway end. 85 runs needed in the last 54 balls. Feels like there's a close finish coming up, and we'll see exactly how close the TCC Kings or the representative TCC Kings can get to this total.
Sachin Selvakumar is the new bowler in, bowling from the highway end, negotiating the ball very well. Ajay and taking a quick single. Despite being a depleted team, when at the toss, Katy Raiders were talking about in excess of 220. Something was telling in my mind it was going to be under 200, and I mean, though I didn't have a number to put my finger on, I was somewhere in the 190s is what I was thinking about, and not bad. I was I was pretty close in my thought, but except that I was not sitting right next to Brian and talk about this and do the prediction game. Yeah, I know. What's not said is not documented. I totally agree with you. Yeah, runs coming in singles right here. And yeah, but TCC, given the fact that they are a depleted team, but they were able to really put in a brave show and restrict a very heavy batting lineup of Katy Raiders to under 190, just 185 runs. It is definitely something that is worth appreciating at this point. And also in the chase, they are giving a good fight right now. In the 12th over, they are 106 for a loss of just 1 wicket. And their current run rate is definitely very close to their asking rate of about 9.5 runs per over, which is definitely commendable. The way they are playing this with a big heart and taking it deep till the last over of the game is definitely commendable. Sachin not giving away easy runs here. He's been troubling the batter, but the ones and twos are still coming across fairly consistently for the TCC Kings. Another single there. One to end the over. That was over number 12. And the scores at the end of over number 12 is 109 for the loss of 1 wicket. Ajay Prithviraj, who joined hands with Aryan Tumala at the beginning of this innings at the chase, is still around. He's been giving his partner good company when Aryan was taking the lead role in doing the damage, and with the departure of Aryan Tumala, now Ajay is taking the lead role, and his partner is giving him company in terms of rotating the strike. Over number 13, that's Aryan. Is that Aryan? Or yeah, looks Shaurya. Is it Shaurya Gaur? Yeah, it is Shaurya Gaur, coming in from the forest end. A slight nudge, a thick outside edge, ball going towards deep third for a quick 2 runs right there. Sensible batting, trying to convert every possible delivery into more than run a ball, which is very, very smart batting given the current circumstances. Another single here. That was really cheeky, playing it towards the cover and point region, and before the fielder could get to it, they were able to manage a single right there. Coming up for viewers who are watching this or joined recently in the last few minutes, we have the big finals coming up today, right after this game on this very ground for the seniors between Texas Skywalkers, who are the table toppers, versus Texas Legends on this ground. And also do not forget to tune in, because we're going to have the finals for the junior category as well happening on PV2. If you're around in the Prairie View area, please do stop by and support the team members, support the players. They have worked really hard to get where they are right now. An excellent throw from the mid-wicket region, but batters still managed to get those 2 runs every once in a while. This over so far, just 3 balls delivered, and they have got 6 runs with an extra delivery through wide. 3 legal deliveries and 6 runs. Well played, just a flick of the bat, and the ball races down towards the deep fine leg region for a well struck boundary. That had all the character of a classy batter written. Nicely played, reading the line of the ball, going down the leg. Batter moved a little bit towards his offside, just gave a nudge on that ball, a flick, a nudge, and the pace did all the rest. Field adjustments being made. Deep square leg moved to wide deep fine leg. Ball more straighter this time, but straight to the fielder at point, just a single. Good comeback from the bowler. End of the over, and plenty of runs coming from that over. Apparently the scorecard is not reflecting the last delivery for some reason. Or the scorer must have probably missed out a delivery somewhere. You see it's showing 11 runs from that last over number 13. So TCC Kings are at 120 for the loss of 1 wicket, just 1 wicket. And in the scheme of things, yeah, every wicket matters here for TCC Kings, but because it could go either direction. Sachin Selvakumar back into the attack from the highway end. Ajay giving it all, trying to go over the top, not making good connection. Just a single towards long off. Well fielded by the fielder at Cowers. Great stop. That would have definitely gone for a couple of runs, if not a boundary, because there was no fielder right behind him. The ball was struck firmly. Well, that was amazing piece of batting there. You knowing that there was no third man there, trying to just navigate that ball, show some direction for the ball to go through the third man area. Managed to still take a couple of runs. The scoreboard is ticking continuously, but they probably will need at least a single boundary for every over, besides the 2 runs and ones that they get. Trying for those boundaries here. Great fielding there by Arya Kanata, sliding to his. That is a suicidal second run that they ran, especially knowing Arya Kanata's throws really strong and accurate. Arya ran a few meters from where he was positioned at long on, slid through the close to the boundary, picked up the ball, and then threw all of that in one single action. And the bowler did the rest, whipping off the bails. That's to see the back of Ajay Prithviraj. That was an amazing innings. Ajay missing out on his well-deserved half century by 3 runs. 47 of 37 deliveries. Just 2 boundaries in that innings, but a lot of 2 runs that was scored from Ajay Prithviraj. Wicket number 2 falls for TCC Kings.
So after an extended spell of some 2+ overs, Ramji Ramasubramanian gives up the ball to the left arm pacer from the highway end. So a horrible mix-up that time that resulted in a wicket. The run-out occurred at the non-strikers end, but I suspect had they gone to the strikers end, it would have been a run-out by an even bigger margin, because both batters almost were shaking hands with each other for a moment there. Reverse sweep from this first delivery. Attempts to reverse sweep anyway, and doesn't quite pull it off. It's going to be, not exactly sure who that batter is. Oh, it's Krish Panchal. So facing his actual teammate, this ball is played into the deep. That is Arnad Carney with a long, strong throw. Not surprising that a fast bowler has a big arm with a gun from the deep. To close things out here in over number 14. 6 runs come from that over, in addition to there having been a wicket. At the end of 14, last 6 coming up, the score is 126 for 2. Last 6 overs coming up, 60 runs to get, so anyone can do that math. Need 10 runs and over from here. Batter, one member of the Katy Raiders and one member of the TCC Kings. The batter is one from the Raiders and one from the Kings. The one on strike right now is Krish Panchal. Krish Panchal has 14 runs against his name. And the non-striker who's just recently come to the wicket is Srihan Chala. Plays this one late down to deep third. That looks like Vihan Mehta, who is down there fielding. So yeah, this is just an absolute mix of Katy Raiders and TCC Kings, and a little bit of everybody taking part in this effective practice match.
Call it Gatorade.
Gatorade match. Or as we call it in Jamaica, curry goat match. So, curry goat match, one of the matches where you're not playing for anything important. You're just playing, passing the time before it's time for you to go to eat some curry goat. That's played into the backward point area, no run. So 3 deliveries now into over number 15. You're looking for another 59 runs in the next 33 balls. Oh, tried to cut that one away. On the edge back to the keeper, and then a quick shot at the stumps. Disturbed the bails, but no real danger of Srihan Chala being given out on that one. So not much intrigue left in this match, but as low-key as this match is, the one that is coming up later on this afternoon will have all of the energy of a high-stakes clash that you'd expect in the finals. I'll talk more about that in just a second. Single taken into the covers. So the match that I was referring to, obviously the finals later on this afternoon, Texas Legends versus the Texas Skywalkers. Absolute top of the table clash. The Texas Skywalkers ending the group stages at the top of the table. 1-5, lost 1. So 10 points. So 4 points clear of the Texas Legends, who finished 3-3. In other words, 3 wins and 3 losses. And so they'll be looking to really take advantage of the opportunity. Really strong looking team, Texas Skywalkers. Aryan Satish is the captain. Good pace bowlers, good spinners, and batting goes 7 or 8 deep. So it's going to be, you get the sense, it's going to be a really important and interesting final. Short ball powered away over mid wicket. Couple of bounces, sliding stop down there on the boundary. That's good work. The throw coming to the non-strikers end, and they get home safely. So that is the end of a productive over. At the end of over number 15, last 5 coming up, the score is 131 for 2. Sachin Silva Kumar continuing. Bowling's leg breaks from the highway end. Off the back foot played into the deep. Just a single here. So just sort of looking through the remainder of this tournament. We'll talk about the bowling records in just a second. This is lofted down the ground. Oh my goodness. Good work by Eric Anantha, who very easily could have hurt himself there. But limits the damage to just 1 run. So looking at the games, we talked about the games coming up, or the game coming up later on this afternoon, featuring the Texas Legends and the Texas Skywalkers. Texas Legends, not surprising that both the Legends and the Skywalkers have luminaries in both the batting and bowling records. Looking at the bowling records for the tournament, the leading wicket taker in the tournament. Oh, speaking of wicket takers, almost had a wicket there. Sachin Suryakumar. The ball was struck hard and off the hand of Sohan Matam at short extra cover. Could have had a wicket. And they get 2 runs on top of that. But the leading wicket taker for the tournament so far is Pranav Batad, tall spinner for the Texas Legends, 10 wickets, and good work for him. Second leading wicket taker is Ansh Boje, who is on the Texas Skywalkers. He has 9 wickets. And then further down that lineup, Aaron Connolly, number 5, he has taken 6 wickets. When I say number 5, I mean he has the 5th highest number of wickets taken. And then let's look at the batting as this is swept away into the deep for a single. Leading batter for the entire tournament so far, Rishi Ramesh, 285 runs, 350s, a high score of 99. Second leading batter in the entire tournament is Ansh Boje with the Texas Skywalkers, 278 runs, also 350s, a high score of 76. So you're bringing the luminaries to the party for both of these teams. And so you're coming down to the point where it's not surprising that the 2 best teams in the league have several players who contributed to the success of their teams. Anyway, getting back to this match that we're now watching, it is 138 for 2 after 16. The last 4 are coming up, and we'll see exactly how we go from here. 138 for 2. So 48 runs needed in the last 4 overs, 12 and over needed from here. May just be out of the reach of the TCC Kings. And this is going to be against Shari Garb, bowling from outside, or leaving that one outside the line of off. Get contact on it. My apologies, that is now Aditya Ayapan who's bowling from the forest end. Aditya Ayapan, 2 overs bowled, none for 15, so make that 2.1 overs and none for 15. And this is down the leg side, and it's going to be a wide signal by umpire Herman Geddes. So your batters are Shehan Chala, Sahil Lada, which is played away for 4. Yep, gets the boundary now. So Sahil Lada, who is actually a member of the TCC Kings, His partner at the wicket is Krish Panchal, who is actually a member of the Katy Raiders. So a little bit of a mix in different options in terms of who's playing for which team. And you certainly don't mind that, to be able to get something close to a competitive game. Otherwise, as I said earlier, the result would have been pretty much predetermined because only about 8 members of the TCC Kings are available for today. So we have a couple of substitutes, and it makes for, if not an exciting game, at least a relatively competitive game. Coming down into the last few deliveries here, we are 3 deliveries into over number 17, so we're looking for another 21 balls. Short, powered away into the deep. A lot of work for the fielder, Sachin Selvakumar. He will not be able to get there. Goes away for 4. So you'll take these runs. That now gets you to 148, meaning that you have another 38 runs to get in the next 20 balls. So just a hair under 12 runs and over. 11.4 to be exact is what you need each over from this point onward. Srihan Chala. No, make that Sahil Lada, who is on strike. No, he's actually the non-striker. So the batter on strike is Krish Panchal. Worked into the leg side. He calls for 2, but or is he going to get there? Yes, he is going to get there. Interestingly, in looking at that, I don't know necessarily that Sahil Lada grounded his bat when he turned to end up or to head for the other end. So that easily could have been determined to have been 1 short, because I don't know that he grounded his bat behind the line. I want to take a look at that again just to make sure. But in fact, it looks as though he grounded it on the line itself. So this very easily could have been adjudged to be 1 short. But from our perspective, we're not straight. Or we are straight, so we're not square of the wicket. So it's a little bit deceptive. And obviously, umpire has a much better view of that. So we'll trust his judgment on that. That is a single that closes things out in over number 17. 13 runs coming from that over. That brings up the 150, by the way. So at the end of 17, the score is 150 for 2. So we're down to the last 3 overs. 151 runs on the board. 35 needed in the last 3. Aaron Nadkarni coming in to bowl what would be his second over. So in theory, In theory, he would bowl overs 18 and 20. Let's see exactly how close he comes to being able to do exactly that. Aaron Nadkarni bowling to his actual teammate, Krish Panchal. Very straight, clipped away behind square. Couple of runs at least. And in fact, it goes all the way for 4. So Aaron Nadkarni starting out just a little too straight, going down the leg side. And Krish Panchal helping himself to 4 runs. And that does mean that you're looking now at the situation where 31 runs are needed in the last 17 balls. So it's certainly not out of reach. Few runs have scored here in the last couple of overs. 13 coming from the last over. And now the first ball of over number 17, make that over number 18, has gone for a boundary. So Aaron Nadkarni needs to find that off-stump line. Just a little too straight. Clipped to deep mid-wicket for a single. And in the spirit of me having said a number of times now that this feels like a practice match, Aaron Nadkarni is running in, I would estimate, at about 70%. Not really looking to strain or deliver the high pace that he ordinarily would. It's a full toss, actually. We're missing out on that full toss to Sahilada. You see that reaction from him, thinking that he could have and really should have put that away for more runs. In fact, he didn't get any runs from that. Third delivery of the over. So you're halfway through. 5 runs from the over already. First delivery, well straight, clipped away for 4. The next 2, still a little too straight, but not able to cash in on those is Sahil Lada. Here's Nadkarni again. That's better, like the line that he should be looking to bowl. That one was dead on the stumps. Can maybe still go 1 stump width out toward off stump, because that's where the protection is. There's a sweeper on the offside. There's a man down at deep third, and there are 3 inside the circle on the offside. So that tells me that you really need to be looking. And interesting, now we're seeing a change in the field. Long off is coming in, make that long on is coming inside the circle, and deep fine leg has dropped back. So that implies that he's now going to be bowling a shorter length, asking the batters to hit on the leg side. Or it could be a double bluff. It was a double bluff, because it plays the full or it bowls a full delivery right on the stumps. Gets a single for it, but it's easily the double bluff that we talked about, because cricket is very much a mental game. So if you move deep fine leg back, if you move mid-wicket onto the boundary, deep third is on the boundary, that implies that you're going to be bowling something short. But the best way to sort of get the best of that movement sometimes can be to bowl a delivery that's the exact opposite of what is being expected. And now moving the chess pieces around again, because fine leg is again inside the circle. And now dropping back long off or long on. Single once more. That is 7 runs coming from over number 18. Successful over by Aaron Nadkarni from the standpoint of it allowing the required rate to go up. So 2 overs remaining. 158 for 2. Over 19, being bowled by Sachin Selvakumar. It's swept away down to a deep backward square leg. They hesitated, but they'll eventually get there. So you need from here 14 runs and over. Need 28 in 2 before this over started. From the first ball, you get you get 2 runs. So that 2 runs make the required rate go up now to 14.18. 26 needed in the last 11. Oh, this is going to be a bye, I believe, as he moved completely across and not able to get any bat on it, but it evaded the keeper. So yes, there's a signal from umpire Herman Geddes that it was in fact a bye. Down to long off this time. Aaron Nadkarni cleaning up. Another single. And this game is petering out into a relatively straightforward end. Looks as though the Katy Raiders will stand firm, withstand the charge, a legitimate charge by the TCC Kings, but they will fall short. And again, the TCC Kings had help, specifically from the Katy Raiders, in order to play this game, but it does seem as though it's going to end in a loss for the TCC Kings. This is work down the ground. That's a single. 1 ball remaining now in over number 19. Sachin Selvakumar, good spell. 3.4 overs, make that 3.5 overs, none for 22. Tossed up, driven down again to Aaron Nadkarni, down at the boundary at long off. That should be the end of the over. And it is in fact the end of the over. So 6 coming from the over. In order to win, the most unlikely of eventualities would need to take place. The Katy Raiders would have to give up 22 runs in this last over. And I would assume it's going to be bowled by Aaron Nadkarni, and in fact he does have the ball in hand now. So let's see if he's going to be able to take the responsibility to bowl deliveries that would make it difficult for the batters to score off of. And I would think that he'd just come up and bowl 6 Yorkers or something along those lines, because it's unlikely that you'll give up that many runs, but anything that is in the slot from a bowler of Aaron Nadkarni's pace can travel. Also, anything that is too wide or too straight can easily go away for runs as well. So he's going to have to be careful. It's not automatic that you defend 22 runs, even despite all of the different moving parts that are not going in your favor. It's just going to be up to him, Aaron Nadkarni, to keep things quiet. Keep things quiet, meaning restricting them to somewhere around 10 runs and over, so in this over would be fine. Anyway, last 6 coming up. In the air, a couple of bounces down to the fielder, square on the boundary, on the offside. So a single here. 21 needed from 5. 5 4s ties it. I think that would be about the most unlikely of occurrences, but we'll see what happens from here. Next delivery by Aaron Nadkarni. In the air again, straight to that fielder again, sweeping on the offside. So 2 singles to start over number 20, which now means 20 needed in 4, so you can't just do it in 4s anymore. You need 4s and 6s, some mixture of them, assuming no. So Aaron Nadkarni at this stage feels like going through the motions, because the game is effectively over. Great delivery. That almost shaved the leg stump, going through to the keeper. So that's a dot, and with that dot, it now becomes impossible to win other than extras. 20 needed in the last 3. 3 sixes would be really interesting, a really interesting way to end this game, but it would still allow you to fall short. But it is up to Sahil Lada now to at least make something exciting happen in this last part of the game. Played into the offside. Sohan Matam, tumbling over and not able to stop it. He'll get 1. Doesn't really matter in the big scheme of things. Last 2 balls coming up. So the Katy Raiders are going to win this. In fact, it may be a good time for us to just go through the scoring card as we are right now. Srihan or Sahil Lada, been there for a while, 39 from 30, 2 fours. Total scorecard. Aryan Tamala batted well, 59 from 37. Ajay Prithviraj also batted well, 47 from 37. Sahil Lada still there, 39 from 14, and he's joined at the wicket by, scorecard says Srihan Chala, but it's actually, Srihan Chala is correct. So then the batter on the other end is Sahil Lada. Krish. Got it. Okay. All of that means, let's just say, the fact that the Katy Raiders were able to allow some of their team members to join the other side made for a relatively competitive match, but that is the end of the match. The Katy Raiders take victory by the margin of 18 runs. That is the end of the match. And just going through the rest of the scoring card, looking at the bowlers. Sohan Matam opened the bowling, conceded 14 runs from his 1 over. Fardhan Handa, 3 overs, none for 24. Aditya Ayapan, 3 overs, none for 28. And Aaron Nadkarni, 4 overs, none for 27. Essentially everyone bowled. Sumyak Shah, 2 overs, none for 16. Arakananta, 1 over for 14. Shaurya Gar, 2 overs, 1 for 21. And Sachin Selvakumar, 4 overs, went at exactly a run a ball. So that concludes things in the 3rd place match. The Katy Raiders end up 3rd place overall for this tournament. And we're going to have a short break, but join us in about the next 30 or so minutes for the final, the big final this afternoon. And it will be between the Texas Legends and the Texas Skywalkers. Signing off from the moment from Prairie View. We'll join you in a few, about 30 minutes or so for the finals. See you then.